Yo, yo, everyone. Okay, I'm trying to get my YouTube. There we go. I think we're on. Okay, I'm trying to... The sound is crackly. Is it still crackly? Yeah, it might be too loud. I've turned it down. Is that any better? And is the music too loud? This is how my day went. Started on the water. Was water. Good question. Good question. Probably because I'd heard of OpenGL for years, and I think the reason I chose it was just because the rumor was there was more support 2 years ago. There was more community. Always. And also, just to get going, some people get stuck deciding which one to go with. Same with DirectX, actually. But I'll probably start learning Vulkan next month, but only as a side hustle. And then when this project's finished, I'll probably just leave OpenGL. But a lot of what you learn, it's the concepts you're learning. So how to flip a matrix, rotate a translate a matrix, put in models, animating. They're all going to be independent of APIs. Great black hat. Shout out to the black hats. Good question. It doesn't mean I made the right choice. It's just why I made the choice, right? So I broke my engine yesterday. It's now broke. So the cottage, yeah, textures are, in fixing my textures are broken. So what's the first thing you would like to make? And also, how much experience? Okay, you're good to start. If you think that you're going to really struggle to learn coding, then Python is easier. If you think that you could learn it and you're above average intelligence, you have to assess yourself, then I would go with C++ like I did. It's one of the harder ones, but once you do C++, you can do any. But C++ or C#, and you can use those languages with C++ with Unreal Engine as well. Mate, you from England? Hey, this is a good resource, udemy.com. Some really good, just go for the most popular course on there. But if you're a man after a chick, C++ is the way. Canadian. Sweet. Shout out to Trudeau. No comment. I've never been to Canadian before. Or American. I've never been to American. Okay, so this is shader code, GLSL. So actually, I wonder if you choose OpenGL or Vulkan, the shader code might be the same. Probably. Somebody let me know. So this is GLSL. So there's another language, right? So you have two shaders. Two specifications. Yeah, so your two shaders, your vertex shaders where all the fragments come. So all the positions of the house, model the person in the 3D world, all the lines, all the wireframes. The normals, so the way they're facing, because you can look at and see what way it's facing, but mathematically, computer needs to know. So the light can bounce off it, and the light will bounce back and give the right shade and color. This is your texture coordinates, so where to place. So there's the door, right, on the house, which is just the lines, what a door would have, and the color of the wireframe. But then there's the texture that will go on it. So the coordinates for every texture. The model, so if you flip the house, if you make it larger or smaller, or if you move it in the world or you move your person, goes all that information is stored in a model matrix. So if you move your character, you move the model matrix. But they're always here. You move the model matrix. Move them here. Send a bullet, you'll move the model of the bullet. So all the maths is performed on the matrix, which is a 4x4 matrix. So this is where everything's positioned. And then all the coloring goes into your fragment shader. So this is two shaders. It's the pipeline. It's called a pipeline. You send information to one shader, then it bounces to the next. And this gives the color to everything. So if we say, so we have an error here, which I don't usually have this error. This is my new error. So the final color for every pixel let's have a look. Cool chat. And what I recommend, it depends if you've got time to, because I've got time to spend learning one and moving to another. If it's more immediate, you might go Vulkan. But there's probably still more support for OpenGL. But I might want to argue that Vulkan's more the future. And so you might say, well, why would I learn this if it's not the future? But if you imagine the games that came out even last year made by OpenGL, it's better visually than any game I will ever make. Not technically, but visually. So the technology is fine for me. I never use a re-engine, but I'm going to guess it's made by a team of a lot of people, right? Okay, so I think the good news is, I think there's a typo. Is there a typo here? Let's have a look. There might be a typo in my code. ChatGPT, we'll just save you time. So shaders, you can't debug them properly. You can get an add-on, but you can't really debug them. Is there a typo? You can't debug them in Visual Studio because it has to be done with the graphics. I just want to debug the textures. You're welcome. If I answered if I answered a question, you have to subscribe for at least 6 months. So here, so these are all the light calculations, okay, for the engine. So you're not just displaying the textures, but you're also displaying the suns here. The color of the sun is blue, right? You can make any game you want, or it's orange. It's not so bright. And so you're not just displaying textures. You're also adding some of the color light from the colored light from the sun and taking the time and angle into account. But when you get errors, you want to just get rid of all of that, and you just want to check if the textures are ascending. Okay, so are the textures even working? And then when they're working, we can go back to the calculations. So you're just narrowing down the bug. So normally this would just show the textures, which I can't see. Try to load the car. And again, this is a strange bug because it's going so slow. I think it might be an error that ChatGPT's missed. I'm going to check my own debugger. Hey, welcome. So what we've got here, let's load a model. I've got a debugger here. It should tell us if the shader's working or not. Okay, that's interesting because ChatGPT didn't notice this error. This is why I always say to the audience, if you use ChatGPT, which I recommend, just make sure you know the area. Otherwise, it's just told me there's nothing wrong with the code. But I could sniff it out. Where are we? Line 36, right? So there it is. Okay, that was my error. Whatever, chat. So we're sending the texture here. Sounds cool. I want to say I think I've heard of it, to be honest, but not 100%. Yeah, just keep going. This is why people tend to come and subscribe here, because it's easy to quit making an engine. But if you see somebody else still going, even if you quit for a month and then somebody else, they're still doing it, you go onto YouTube and that guy's still going, then you can unquit and come back. That's what I do. Alright. Oh my. Oh, my texture's black. You're welcome. Right. Let's just make sure it's not the shader. So we got our texture. Oh wait, have I done the wrong name? Texture diffuse 2. Texture diffuse color. RGB. I wonder if that could have been it. An extra bracket. I don't know if that could be the problem. Let's do a typo check. Okay, you can see here, so my little, I'm proud of my debug. Fragment shader compiled, vertex shader compiled, there's no errors. Sim. Texture loaded. Textures loaded. diffuse. Hi, Therese. Program down those two people. So I'm also not. I have more bugs today and less progress than I did yesterday. I might have to go watch my tutorial yesterday and see how to do this. Okay, so we're saying if there's any textures available, because some models don't have textures, it's just a car that's just metal, just blue, right, and shiny. If there are textures available, we will use the texture diffuse color. The diffuse is like the main, like it's the texture, it's the colors, the color of the tree in each point. The red, green, blue, as well as the sun. We got sun diffuse. So these are, so a uniform variable is when you send something from the CPU, the processor here. So we send the sun, the main color of the sun, from the user interface. So I do it by clicking color, and it sends it to here. So then you multiply the sun color red by the texture color, then all of the house will be slightly red. Quick maths. But where did the music go? By the way, is the music too loud, or I know you can't hear it now because it's the next song. And we're saying here, if there's no textures, then the diffuse, the main color of the 3D model, is going to come from a material. So when you model things in the 3D like Blender, you'll either paint it with texture, so you might have a photo of your hair with texture, but you might just make your head pink, brown, blue. And then we get that from a material. So something that's going wrong is either the textures aren't sending material. So this here is my terrain renderer. And my water and so on. But you can see here it's not rendering. Should be a castle. This should be a cottage. You know, when you get this working, you can build your world. You can build a level in a day. Right, listen, this is me rewriting the asset system, and I broke it again. So not good, but it is fun. Mostly it's fun. Well, this is this is the 3D models. Actually, I've still got the other one in the engine, so the other one just had some small bugs, so the other one still works. I can still import models. Final color, diffuse, effective diffuse. What does that even do? I can't remember. Let me just make sure the sun is not what's breaking everything. If one bit of math is wrong with shading, and the maths makes something black, then you use that with a black variable elsewhere, it's going to paint your whole world black. Now this is a different error because we've got white as well. So my view is it's not the shader, it's the C++. So the model loader is the name of the class that I've built, and then in it is initialize materials. Now an AI scene is a pointer to the whole model. So when we import the model, there's like an hierarchy of data: the textures, the materials, the colors, the vertices. It's like a chain, like on a family tree, and it's all stored here, called the scene pointer, and then you can extract data from it. So you can get the scene pointer and take the materials, the number of materials. So is there any materials? And if there is, we can start to build a structure I've created called a material structure. And then we can start to add. Right. I think it's like this. Wait, what? The materials and all textures aren't displaying. I think it's the CPU side, which means the C++ side, not the shader. Do you see anything? Render function. So back in the old days, 2023, you'd go through this line by line. And it would take you a long time. You would learn more debugging. But if you get stuck on something for 5 days, you don't want to be a coder after that. Okay, so I'm going to bring you in on ChatGPT. Question I just asked. Okay, your CPU material looks pretty solid, but there's a few potential issues. So if there's one issue, it's not solid. Ensure that load material textures function is correctly loading textures. Oh, yeah, right. If paths are incorrect, you can log texture load in. Okay, this is probably the error with the sound of it. In the for loop when you're binding textures. So this is one of those ones where I don't know exactly what it's saying, just because I have not followed, not put the time on it. Diffuse count. Diffuse count. I think these numbers are the same. Actually, no, that's not true. Let's find out. Okay, why red? I think I knew. I might have been with my error. Materials. What's what you was thinking? Oh, about Tokyo Spliff. Yeah. Actually, I don't watch his channel much at all, but I do love him a lot. Like, he's got the vibe. He copied off me with a wine. Yeah, I like his vibe. Definitely. Somebody needs to send him a cheer though. I don't know how he sits on that sofa for 8 hours. Yeah. Appreciate it. Yeah, get that subbing going on. Right, let's see what chat's saying. It might be defaulting to a non-texture shading mode. Okay, let's just make sure. Sorry that I'm not 100% focused, it's just a few things. Let's just... Yeah, right now it's just an engine, which I keep popping up. But it's hard to show because the thing that's broke is what's importing the models. So if I import the models and create a bit of 3D terrain, there's just no texture on it. It's pretty dead. Yeah, even the lights not looking. Today I changed some of my... I think I removed some pointers and changed them just to standard variables for those that are familiar with pointers. And I think that's what's broke it. Here's a tool I was working on before. So this is your terrain. But if we put on the terrain tool, and maybe we can create a second window, 700 So this is a frame buffer. So that's the second view here. And this gives you the real-time rendering. By the way, this big black thing is not the world. That's from, there we go. That's part of the model. So now we can, and this is a bit messy, but you can change the height and the size. And this second window is showing us it being edited, but we can just obviously go back. But it was just an early test of making some terrain amendments. But actually most of it can be done, you can forget all that, and I can just do it here. So I can just make the amplitude, frequency. This will look ugly, but just to give you an idea. So it's too high, let me just make it lower. So that's changing it. If I go to the wireframe, what do you do better? Maybe we can go really low, but really jagged. Some of these you're never going to want to use because it's just very ugly. But if you get down deep in here, and actually if I can just give it some sun for you. Let's go with a proper light. And change the time of day. That made me laugh. So yeah, now I've made some, I guess this is a good for like a show, but I'll just change the texture. You got the sun. Now my light's too bright. I'll move that here. The sunlight's too bright. You can move the sun across the sky. Definitely too bright. Generate a cave, so that's created a big cave in the mesh. OpenGL. That made me laugh. That was fun. I've just passed that comment on to a friend actually. Okay, my friend will laugh at that. Yeah, OpenGL. Okay, so that's the terrain tool. And then who just told me they've just rewritten their, yeah, Hexy. So if I can show you, okay, here's a respectable model. Let me bring where the home is. Yeah, I don't even know where it's imported it. And we can get rid of the, there we go, that extra view. Debugger. Where's my car gone? Someone's bringing me bad luck. Let's get that down there. Yes, I am. Good question. But like it right now, you can see it's just engine stage. But there's quite a few tools. Like there's a physics engine in there. But, let me just reload this. So I'm currently reworking the tool that will import models, as you've seen. But the other tool, maybe I just spelled it wrong. Okay, so this does work still. I don't know why this didn't work a minute ago. I think maybe I spelled it wrong. I'm using Bullet. Actually, Bullet 3 for physics. VS for IDE. Coding, program. Graphics. Udemy.com for C++ course. What else? And I can pin that right. Okay, so this .obj. Now I'm just trying to think why am I rewriting all of this? Something wasn't working. Great, a crash. So where's everyone calling from? Anyone in the UK? So I'm obviously from England. One more time. Yeah, so with my original tool, which you're looking at now, by the way, I think I'm like 30 seconds ahead of you. I've only just realized on the chat. So this is the other tool that has also light, interactive light. So let me take the wireframe off. But this is no models, this is just materials. This is using a different shader. So there's 3 lights in the scene. So you might have a sun, you might have a moon, it's possible. Sun, moon, like sort of tea time, evening time. But then you might just have street lights or somebody like shining the torch. So this is simulating. But also you can remove lights. So now I guess you can't see anything. And then I've added the green light. Maybe we want it purple, change the strength. So right now I'm not making engines, I'm making tools. Sadly, yeah. I wouldn't say it's open source, but if you holler at me in like 2 months, because like there's nothing really to open source at the minute. But I probably won't mind sharing it once I get it a bit tidier. But right now there's nothing. But yeah, so I'm rewriting what we're looking at here because it doesn't load anything with textures. But now I've broken the new one, the beta version. So here's the beta version. This is broke. But yesterday, so now you've got 2 models, the same model, going through a different functions to load them. I figured if I'm going to make a new one, I'll keep the old one in the meantime. Okay, I've just loaded the cottage. Now you've got a cottage. But hey, once this works, by the end of this week, what day is it? Then it will be about building worlds and doing a lot more things. I also had a really good tool, what was it called? Show material editor. If this is why it doesn't work. I don't think so. What does it want to take? What's to take? Vector. Model new. Vector. Yeah. Yeah, so I think you should build the engine and the game together like he did. But also there's every engine will need basic tools. So you need to import a 3D model, you need shaders, you need physics, you need sound. So once you've got an animations, and then once you've got those, then the basics, then you'll say, okay, well, what is this game going to look like? And then you create things together. But this is still like the basics. Why maybe it's an interesting stream to follow. You can see just how bad it's going to go wrong. Okay, so here's another tool I've created. But also, why does it go pink when it goes wrong? Alright, now I can fix that. So this directly... Okay, so now I know what the problem is. It's still going to be hard to fix. So these are the four... and the light. I got no beef with pink, but why pink? So here, if you're using IMG UI, there's a really cool trick you can do. On your engine, you have the thing, the 3 lines to move things across the X, the Y, and the Z. You see the image. I've just got one here. So when I select a model, now it will let me rotate. So on the IMG UI, this is the same as this, but I made the background transparent. So it looks like it's just sort of sat in the engine. And you can move it around. So before, when I moved the house, the buttons also moved. But then that can create a bug. Because if you start rotating it, then this thing will start moving across the screen. But just to better demonstrate that. So you can rotate. You can move things in the world. But what? Let's see if Bugatti will load. So what's interesting and very powerful from a debugging point of view with this tool is every submesh. So the car is made from 76 submeshes. So 4 wheels, there's 4 submeshes, for example. By the way, I didn't make the car or the house. If you select a mesh, it tells you here what color, when you've imported it, what color it thinks it is. So we know that the error is not, it's not rendering, it's not the shader. It thinks it's this color. So it's drawing it the color it thinks it should be. Which of course it's not. So something should have turned red. Is that the wheel? if you start changing all these, some parts are really tiny. Things on the car should change. When you saw the house change. Cameo.
This world has room for everyone. Good Earth is rich. It can provide for everyone.
My friend's laughing at the Tokyo Spliff comment, but he's probably the best. He might be the best streamer. And actually, do you know why? Other than his vibe and his brain, I think just his engine's cool. Just to watch him load it up, shoot a few things. I think people are interested to see how it all works. That guy needs to make money from the ads, which he'll do, and just never finish that engine. Just stream that for 10 years. Why would you finish it? And you've got no job. I know he has a job, by the way. A very good job. Okay. You got to think that. You think, now nobody starts off with that idea, but then when you get in $5,000 a month for streaming, your engine is going to be finished in 1 year. Why are you not going to make it take 2 years? You think the money doesn't talk to your brain like that? Oh, sorry, we've had a 6-month delay. Really? From all that ad money? Okay. Create placeholder. So I'm going to see how brainy ChatGPT is. I think this function is going to be too big. Just to copy and paste it in. I'll tell you how I feel about ChatGPT sometimes, which is obvious now, but when I've been stuck on something for months, 4 days, right? And when I know what every bit of code does, but it's still not working, then I know I've just got a bug. I know I've spent 2 days on it. I'm like, okay, chat, what? I've got nothing else that God wants to teach me through this lesson. Where's it going wrong? I have a material inspector in game, and it seems the OBJ files I load are drawing black or incorrectly, in addition to no textures binding. Where am I losing data? Renderer seems okay, but I could be wrong. Message was too long. Okay. But everybody tell me how many. Oh, that is a long message. I should be paying for messages that long. I don't think I'd do that for free. Cat vertices, div space. Yeah, I like that's a true comment. Baked. Yeah. So I don't think I don't really play any cozy games. I don't play many games, but I think there's a market for cozy games, and I think I could enjoy making one. So I might make like a Sapiens, which is like not quite like Anno or Age of Empires or Black and White, but the kind of game where you're creating a world simulation. So a game like that. So it's definitely a world. Like I don't know if I want to say open world, but large world maybe is a better way. Let's just get to ChatGPT. Rendering is failing outside of the shader. Where am I losing material data and textures not important? I need to make the data save, etc. What do you see? It's going to say it's too long. I don't mind actually paying for this ChatGPT. I mean, that is a thorough response. ChatGPT 24 is a different animal compared to 23. Show me one. Wait, one. No. Not me one. I meant point one. Associations. Material. Yeah, this is sometimes just, I think it's a weak point in the memory management. Let's see. I'll talk us through it as well. Yeah. So I go to coffee shops in the day to code, and every screen is ChatGPT. And also, I'm like gone. I'm gone from like left my 20s, right? But people in the early 20s using ChatGPT, their brains are going to be different, like stronger in some areas and weaker in others. You won't be coders anymore, is my opinion. If you're under 18, you'll be creators, so you'll understand code, but then you'll just be assigning the models to do different things. It'll be your paintbrush really, instead of like your calculator. Let's see what it doesn't like here. AI mesh. But let me get this. So somebody told me, and I read today actually, and Lex Friedman did a podcast on ChatGPT and all the AIs for coding, a review. And now you can send like 10,000 lines of code and it will give you a solution. So I don't mind subscribing for that. But I've told myself I'm going to wait 2 months. I want to refresh my OpenGL and my C++ before I no longer learn anything. Okay, so what's it suggesting? By the way, my layout's different, so you might see it easier. The two screens mine's different here. I don't want to just copy paste. Check if this meshes. You just point it directly, avoid copying. The reference. Then I need to Yeah, mesh. Mesh node. Yeah, then I need to make that a pointer. And then mesh node. What the equals map is assigning assigning incorrectly. Do I need to change map type? Yeah. I think I had this earlier actually, but I think it went out of scope maybe. Just see what errors are there. I learned a bit about OpenGL University. Yeah. I think you've subscribed already, right? Everybody subscribe anyway. And if you don't like it, you have to commit for 6 months, so the algorithm sends me some love. I don't know what chat's telling me, but it's got it wrong. Switch it up to the water. Too much debugging for more wine. especially after a beer. Yeah, the problem is, so if you start learning programming today, there's no way you're not going to use ChatGPT. So you're gonna, yeah, I guess the job type's gonna change. But yeah, the industry might take longer than the skills to change. Right. I know how to fix this just by changing maybe to a reference, but I want to see what it's getting at. Because I know my version doesn't work. Smashing things together. Oh, wait. The sub definition. Yeah, of course it is. That's an example of where I know, but I wouldn't have seen it. Now here I'll have the problem whereby if it's a shared pointer, it might go out of scope. Unless it stays in scope because of it belonging to a mesh new. I don't want stuff to go out of scope, but since it belongs within mesh new, will it stay? I need to watch the Cherno's videos on pointers, but I'd rather eat my shoe, I think. Material too much. Shared material. So I've never used shared pointers, by the way. How I assign this now that material in the sub-mesh is a shared. So if you're thinking, why don't I know shared pointers? It's because everybody was warning me not to use raw pointers years ago, so I thought I would learn raw pointers. I've obviously forgotten since. Okay, I just did that. Oh, I need the standard library. That's the difference. See, if you was in an office or at uni, and this was all dead, now your lecturer or your colleague would say, look, this is the problem, and then they would talk you through. Because there's one simple solution to all of this, which is probably memory management. Now, I don't know that solution, but it's something along these lines. But ChatGPT has given me that solution. Well, there's a good chance it's just wrong. It's just the ability to save so much time. Okay, the last line of code, I don't know if I've referenced that right. Okay, so we have no memory issues here. Now that is the most beautiful, ugly cottage you will see, because because it was painful to get it back. So yeah, I had this yesterday. The light's obviously working on the scene again. The sunlight. The light has a point as well. You'll see. So it's simulating the sun. Move it. Maybe on the ground as well. Yeah. Now the loader might crash, okay? So it's just crashed. Let's just see if materials work. Not sure that's a good start. Let me just check the shader. Oh wait, no. I've not let's try the materials again. That was never going to work. It's turned off. Okay. Also have the sun as well. That's not good. I loaded it twice, and the second time around I got a crash. But I think this is to do with the importer. But at least we have some materials. Yeah. I'm thinking if I should do we shit. Make sure that's only the so the importer is the object that brings you that imports the object files, 3D Max files, Blender files. Importer. I already have one here. Importer is undefined. For how long you work on this already and why choose C++? So I was working on this. So 1 year ago, I came back to OpenGL and redrew a triangle. So I'd done OpenGL for maybe 4 months, 2 years ago. But when I say 4 months, like twice a week. So maybe I had like a month's experience from Learn OpenGL. And C++, probably because it's maybe the hardest coding language, but not as insane as assembly. Yeah. But so not too hard, but a challenge. And also I felt if I could do that, then you can do Python. And what else is modern today? Anything else? Rust. Yeah, so just for the challenge, but more personally. And of course, the hardest thing being memory, and I've just forgot so much. So now I need to go to ChatGPT and ask. Can I make a shared save pointer to my async importer and keep it in scope indefinite? What about just creating a shared pointer before main? I don't know if that's possible. It is. Never fully understood the scope of some variables you can and can't create in like a global space. It's important. See, I don't know why when I load a second object, it sometimes crashes. But I fixed it last time by changing the approach to the importer. It'd just be good to have this working. Otherwise, you start to get bored of what you're stuck on. Okay. Summon a cottage. So we want the next model to work. It might even crash just when I click the button. Got it. Okay, it's loading. It might crash when it loads. Why? Okay, it's crashed in the render function, which that's probably the best place to crash, I think, because it's not the loader. Model sub. Why is it crashing there on a shader? Pointer to a shader. Ah, the pointer's null. So why did Matt die? Why did that shader die? That material is empty. Sorry, you can't see this. Okay, so there's a shader. It's sending that ambient color of the material. But if I hover over, matte is a null. Yeah. Oh, you can't see it, but it says null, so it doesn't exist. And same for materials. It says here empty. You can't see that material is empty. If I go in the submesh, materials is empty. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean that material there? Let's go to submesh. So model new. This is becoming empty. This is the problem of shared pointers are safe, but as soon as it thinks you're not using it, it clears up the memory, which is what you want, right? So here's the matte. I need the data within the matte to stay there until if I remove it from the full mesh from the new model vector, which is unlikely. My render function isn't allocating my matte dot diffuse etc. uniforms. 1 second. There you go. By the time I get to this shader, this renderer, the matte is null. Come on, you piece of crap. Before I add that, mesh material equals mat. Let's see what happens if I only load a model. Okay, so the car loads. It might just be on the second run through. It might be how I create it here. Let's get that music back on. Actually, what? How many loops through am I? So what I want to do is I want to see. So when I load two models at the same, there's no data for the second. So I need to see if when it's rendering, it just doesn't draw the second or the first. You go here for that. No, we can't. Maybe I'll load. So I've got two Bugatti models the same. I'll load the Bugatti copy. Let me print. So we'll just print out the current model that we're on. And then we will say, so here we can get some information on the console to see where we've crashed. Hey guys, editor. You mean an editor as in, so you could make your game on it, or just a core engine just for like the one game? So just help me to understand. Yo, yo, yo. Welcome. Let's get that. Let's get that new line. So we're just trying to see where my crash is. Okay, so I've put actually a copy of my screen up. So if I pull up this, now let's load the model again. So that was the copy version. Now I'm going to load up just Bugatti, not the copy. It's going to crash. Now if I pull up the console, loop start for Bugatti.obj. So that's where it crashed, which means it crashed here. So when I loaded 2 models, so it drew the first model, you all saw that. But that's different from when I loaded 2 models, it then removed it, deleted, erased everything on screen in the new frame. Then it again drew on the first model, it went to draw the second one, and it died around here. Or, I mean, we know exactly where it died here. Or the line before, rather. But within the second mesh, the second model. Good question. Elaborate and follow. Give us that follow, love. When I look to draw the models, let me bring you to see what I'm seeing. When I look to draw the models in the renderer, the second iteration fails on the model. The max materials being null. It draws the first model and the first full iteration, but not the second in the sub loop. Material being empty. Okay, I'm just going to check in with Kick and Twitch chat. ChatGPT. So model new as the submesh, as a mesh new. So what it suggested here is what I kind of did anyway. So we don't want to skip rendering it, because then what are you going to render? So model new vector. So what do we do? So model new was then the mesh new. Okay, material. Oh wait, is it the material? It's not the map, it's the material, right? Okay, so that's interesting. Mat.ambient. Is it? No, that's not right. So what we do is we create, where are we? We have the scene pointer, which are the materials. We say get the ambient, goes into ambient. We have a wider loop here, right? Yeah, there's a wider loop. So the number of materials. For each material, we're creating a material. And a mat. And we're assigning it to our material. Let me go through the meshes. Let's just check something on the engine. So if I load up two of anything, will it crash if I load up another cottage? I think so. Yes. And why? Let's check the error. Also, why no new line? Oh, it did. Sure, is null. So this is where we push it back. I think the solution is here. This is where we push it back into the model new. Hence the mesh data here, which as the shared pointer to material. Again, we want to keep this whatever in scope. If the vector exists, and we copy the mesh data, what are the options? I look rich. I look tired. My brother thinks he's rich, right? So I'm just gonna send him a message. Okay, so ChatGPT is suggesting create a new instance. Okay, I already have. Do I need to change? So, shared pointers to give me chat because I'd never used shared pointers until now, which are the easier pointers supposedly. There's gonna be more errors from this. Model node. Make model node. Is that really how much I need? Oh wait, let's make sure it's Wow. Hey. Yeah, I'll try to give you a little glimpse in a sec. Why is that not pushing back? Depends what you want to do, man. There's lots of languages. What's your goal? I don't know. Ah. I think I pushed the wrong thing back into the previous vector. Yeah. So if I can show you anything. problem we have is when I load up the next model, it's going to crash. So, let's see. Let's try this. Or maybe a Rust. Rust? I've heard good things about Rust. Okay, crashed on the same. material. Yeah. Just making that shit pointer. I think we can just build that temporarily. Reference it. So it's at this time that present Ryan, would like to thank past Ryan for purchasing an almond pastry and the yogurt a few hours ago. And to celebrate that choice, I'm going to go eat them soon on stream. See, they say celebrate your small victories. Sometimes you just got to celebrate the thing you got. Wait a minute, what's happening here? I don't know what function this is. Yeah, that was overkill. This is all just so unnecessary. Go on, give me one more card. Wait, I saw 2 cards there. I didn't see anything. Okay, Hermes, why is material giving me empty? Initialize material. Give me that loop. New model vector. Right. Material. Oops. There we go. Okay, I need someone here to go get me that pastry. Let's load up the Bugatti. So who's coding at the minute, or who's thinking of loading to code? There's Bugatti. By the way, are the changing material tools still live? I think I've just turned them off for a minute for just one less thing to crack. So that's nice. If you're making quite a basic graphic MMO or like a God simulation with this sort of level of quality lighting, that's all you need. And if your game's good, your game's good. Okay, let's see if it crashes. It's gonna crash. It crashed before normal. It crashed on the importer. Okay, I'm gonna keep the importer as it was. And more memory safe. Where's that mouse go? I also want to see if my other shaders are working. So there's B1. This is it rendered under a different lighting system. Here. I know some of you have just seen this. So just to explain, so now this one, so these tools, so scale the x-axis. So if these numbers are the same, it will be, you'll have the right ratio. So the x-axis, the y-axis, and then if we get all these the same, the car will look normal, just big. So it looks like the car's had his mushroom. I don't know how I thought that was the same. And you can rotate on, let's say, your X. Also, this is not just an image of a car, it's a plane as well. It's on a flat plane. This is all one model, so it's changing everything. So a shader is the program that's compiled and runs on the graphics card. Half of you know this anyway. Now these two cars, it's the same model from Blender. It's not mine. Shout out the guy. Shout out the chick. So they both run on two different shader programs. So they've been drawn, the same model is being drawn by two programs. Now, maybe you have one shader that draws the inside of your world. So if you go in a building, there's no sunlight, so you wouldn't have the same code. Now, practically speaking, you probably wouldn't do that, because you just put a line of code in that would say if the model is if it's indoors, right? Or if the wall, the normals are facing a certain way, which is facing indoors, then it won't account for the sunlight. It would account for the candle light. And then here, so this is the new version, which is why I took the bounding box away, so it's just prettier. I'll move it about. But this is for the blue card. Okay, let's see it crash. Piece of crap. Quarter or wide. Okay. What I'm thinking is, I have another vector, which I think it was just meshes. So if I loop this will have different bugs where it might work. And if so, it will give me an insight into why I'm losing data. Okay, let's open another model. It's crashed. Let me show you. It's crashed here. Because material for the submesh, is it because it's a point? Instead of copying, dereferencing it. I don't think it could be that. Vector of mesh news. Let's have a look. So now I've changed the type. Where I push them back needs to change, obviously. Submesh. I think that's wrong. Let's just get the new errors. First off, no. And what mesh data? I made a pointer. Mesh data. Shout out Python. Well, let me just go for a reference. Nice. Submeshes is also pointer. There really needs to be some debugging approach to this changing all of these. So the dot, when you do a dot, it means you're accessing something that belongs to the submesh, like its materials. But when it was an arrow and the operator, so like an arrow, it means it was a pointer, so you weren't just accessing it, but it was going to its address in memory. So it's direct access, depending on whether it's a pointer or not. Yeah. So you will see. Don't know why that wouldn't work. So active model is a pointer. New model vector. So they're no longer pointers. Active model. Oh. Careful, there was two. Sneaky sneaker. This will probably crash just as soon as I click open object. Or is that just giving me some? This I don't understand. Is it mesh type? So much pain. How could that ever be wrong? It's an automatic loop. Model new. So strange. I feel the pain of some people that are just joining and they're just seeing pointers and references. Okay, let's see if that's all live. I need to turn on the engine so you can have a little look. I know some of you will want to be coding similar projects. So where's the first one? Oh, even more errors. Solution. It's good. I remember I was watching Chili McNoodle, and I saw classes, and I was like, "What is going on?" Wasn't so bad. I think what I might do once I get the engine loading, this isn't going to load and was compiling, but after I show it, I might just go for a bit of code. Oh wait, is that actually an error? Why does it think that's a pointer? It just says material. Oh, this is a pointer. Oh, problem. Piece of crap. Let's find the other problems. Okay, it's just loading up. By the way, I can put the laptop a bit faster and it will load a lot quicker, but you will hear the fans. We got here. So I've just changed. M was the model, and I've just changed how the model is saved in memory. It was a pointer, but now it's not. So you have to change how to access things that belong to the model. Instead of a dot, you do a line. Talk about pointers another time. This is just never ending. Yeah, Java or C#, C++. So many tabs on mine. Oh yeah, that's nothing. Yeah. Okay, this should just crash, right? It deserved to crash because that wasn't planned. I just got dragged. Okay. It's terrible. This drawing thing is just without the data. It's drawn everything. Cottage. 2 cottages and 2 cars. Now, why would that be going so slow? Not retaining texture information. Let's see if we've got any light. So it never goes this slow, okay. Yeah, there's just no data. This is why. It's I think anyway. Was it that? Yeah. Maybe it was that. For every mesh it was drawing, it was right into the console, which is outside of the program. It's still right into the console. No, not really. There's definitely still an error though. Let's try and load up a model with textures. So this is how fast it normally is, and this is with 3 lights on the scene. Oh. So let's go to the cottage project crash. Okay, so that's not bad. Cottage with texture, so maybe it's just the materials. The sun is awful, like lights. Oh, it's the time of day. Well, I think that's just a calculation. Let me do that mesh. Sun's obviously too bright. Get the color in there. And there. Is that bright? No, that's wrong. It's not so important. Okay, rotation not working, which means it's not. So this changes the model matrix, which is like the frame that the model sits in. So if you rotate the matrix, everything, the house would rotate. So the rotate button's working, but it's rotating something that is not connected to it in memory. So the frame, the model, they're no longer connected because the pointers have gone. So I've fixed one bug and introduced voice bug.
The way of life to be free and beautiful.
Thanks, man. Jack. Add a Jack or drink to that. Here's a cat. You've got a cat. So I can do a few things here. So the short teaching on this is a this is a reference. So when it goes through all the meshes, it will reference the original. It'll get the original data, which it will act upon. So it allows you to change the original, but I don't think that will fix it. But at least the code to rotate it works. That's the easier things when it comes to game engines. And actually, I just remembered what I'm doing. I'm interested. Don't hide. Don't hide. It's hiding. So I saw the sun being rendered, but I think the materials are wrong. But I think we do have a car. That just so happens to live in the house. And you can see the light is working. So that was the reference that fixed that. But it's going to crash. That was cottage. Now we have 2 houses, which is pretty cool. The textures are working. and they're still not attached. By the way, if cottage, yeah, never mind. So what I just did there was, you didn't see, but I loaded another car. Okay. So when you're making an engine, which is what you then make the game with, what you're doing is just creating a few tools that will allow you to do the basics. You need, like, can you bring models in? You can bring models in. You got your you got main character, right? You got your bad guys. You got your houses. You want physics. You need rotations, translations. This is your matrix data. So they're all going wrong in the same way, which is a good thing. Actually, they're not too bad. This is all wireframe, by the way, just so we can see inside. Okay. So I did a degree outside of coding, completely different. And then I didn't like that job anymore, so I self-taught, maybe for 18 months. Probably if you get the right teacher, if you're completely new to coding, you can understand everything you're looking at here within a year. If you're like average intelligence, maybe just above. Can you say that on stream? But yeah, like just slightly above average student, not particularly like, I don't know. I'm saying it's not about intelligence, it's like how much you like the project and are you passionate about it. And the code can make it look like the person streaming is more intelligent than they are. It's not always the case. So this is the issue. So for those that know code, there's a nested loop. So we're doing an auto loop. So we're going through a vector, which is like a database or a collection of what? A collection of models. So when I load a model, the car that you saw, it goes inside here. And then this loop goes through every model that you've loaded and it does something, which it draws it, okay? So here is it. This is the line that will draw it. So it's a nested loop. So within inside this vector, there's another vector called meshes, and that's where they actually are. So you have to go into this database to get access to this one. But this one actually, I've cheated, doesn't exist within here. So this is the wrong vector. This is just a backup vector. It should be called model, but there was a little error, so I cheated. So I don't know why it doesn't want to. As a suitable begin and model was found. So model is it's inside model here. Model. Okay, so I know why. Within model, I'm going to show you. So model, if we over here in the green, whatever's popped up, it's inside the computer. It's actually called a model new. So if you control and click, it should take you to it, but sometimes it doesn't. So I'll just find it. And within a model new, where's model new here? So this is a model new. It's called a structure. So what do you have inside a model? Model new is just the name. It's a model, right? You have the name of it, the ID, and the world transform. Like whereabouts in the world is it? Which way is it facing? Has it been stretched or shrunk? Maybe, I don't know what would stretch in a game or in an engine. Your health bar, yeah, why not? That's exactly what it would do. Then you submesh, so it's the car and it's made up actually of 72 pieces. So we're drawing the submeshes, right? So we're not drawing the model new. So we're doing the model dot, and then if you scroll down, submeshes. And every submesh, so now it's working. Doesn't mean this is going to work, but it means that bug's fixed. I'm the guy that fixes the bugs and it gives you 3 more bugs. Okay, so let's load the cottage, see if we still have something working. There's the 3 bugs I promised, right? But sometimes it's just a light, not this time. Okay, let's see if it fixed anything though, because it still might be, this still might be the solution. See if it will let us open something else. Nope, crash. So what this means is, so what we really need is these submeshes. So that is the solution, but it means within there, it's not loading the textures properly. But what was working was meshes. So we need to look how I'm loading those 2, and then kind of make it match somehow. You're not going to understand that from what I just said fully. So here, so this is meshes. We are putting the full model data inside meshes. It works. But when we put it inside, move it back. If that works, I'm not going to be happy at all. Okay. I'm even less happy that it crashed. See the chat. Screw Visual Studio. What am I French? Oh, that's hilarious. So what is submeshes again? It was a vector of mesh new. And mesh data is a mesh new, right? Wait a minute, why aren't you subscribed? I go and get a bagel. Better not leave. Oh, I'm a bit addicted. mesh data. Okay, so we're creating a new mesh data. I don't know how that makes sense. What did I originally do? Yeah. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the console I created. Until I'm proud, right? So, for model dot model. No, I think that's enough. Logger dot add model dot sub meshes dot. We want mesh ID serial. Submesh entry. I'm gonna help myself at debugging. Cherno. Lol. Okay, so what we need to see is this. It's going to be a list. What's happened there? This code is broken in new dimensions. Just try and reference the original. Where's everybody from, by the way? Also, happy to take on a few subscribers from Cherno. Shout out the Cherno. See the thing he does with his hands? No hate to the Cherno. Sure all the other shaders are still happy. Also, some of you wouldn't have seen the terrain engine. Call it the terrain engine, right? But it's quite simple, isn't it? Generate rivers. I can't remember if that works. So does that still work? Wow. So then, of course, you would fill. You'd render in. Widen river? That don't work. Maybe. Let's generate a few rivers. There you go. So it's carving up the terrain. So that's pretty. That's some pretty. That's intermediate coding. When did I do that? A long time ago. Maybe January. What do you want to show you? Just a better way to visualize the terrain whilst editing. And actually, you can kind of have a world in this sort of like cell shaded like this. Don't want. So if I just generate it again and get rid of goodness. So just layout scale. You don't want to change the scale of the whole world because it's gonna get. Let's say, I had a cave, generated a big hole in the world. You don't want that either. But as you make in your engine, you just get excited about what you can do, and you think, oh, let's make a tool that generates a cave. But then it's just a big crater in it because it needs to be faced the horizon, no, vertically, right? So yeah, that's how you end up with these tools that you don't necessarily use. But you'll have that code, you can just turn it off in the engine, you come back to it. Here, we'll just turn it back to the 0, 0, the center. Sometimes wireframe is nice. Okay, so we might get a crash here. Hold that light. What do we want to do? Yeah, we wanted to see. Let's see what material we have. Well, it's not so necessary because I have an inspector here, you're going to see. So this, oh, it's turned off. It's interesting to me though, because if we go inside the car, it has the material for something. See that we've got in the label. So if you're thinking like, why is this not working, but it did a minute ago, what we're doing is we have I've created two tools that will load objects into the engine. Did I type that wrong? PGA. Yes, I did. But this one, where's it gone? Yeah. So the orange one might look cool, but it doesn't work. So I've started again. The orange one has different shaders as well. And also here, if I type shader code in and add it, it will come up on a list here. So that's added a new shader, shader 22. And I can change this to shader 22. But of course, it didn't type anything. Yeah, I'd have to write a full shader, which is a language for the graphics card. Well, that's an engine tool, so you might want to change how the clouds are rendered, and you wouldn't have to quit the engine and go into Visual Studio. You could just do it whilst everything's still loaded up. You don't want to come out, load it all up again. It's all there. Remove the lights. Change the color of the lights. This was the locations here. See, I'm moving the light. If I let go, it will just, the sun will just spin. Yeah, I like that, Jolly AG. What are you, so you say you just started. What does that look like? You did a tutorial, you're at school. You've been on Reddit. What's your next two steps? Or your first two steps? Okay, there's that crash. Is it crashing? If you go to show call stack, and here, you go to the bottom, it will tell you which lines of code it did and where it crashed. But sometimes it will go out of your code into OpenGL code or Windows code that you don't have direct access to. You can. So now I don't really know where it crashed, but you can kind of work it out. So your console, your error debugging. Yeah. Submesh. And also show material editor. So here, go close this down just here. Yeah, that's why coding's a skill that's just going to be around for a long time. And if coding disappears because of AI, right, there'll be something else, and it will still be a coding brain. So keep your brain trained. What was it? Submeshes dot. New model protect. Yeah, it should be uploaded as well. So I want to inspect what's happening into this data here. Oh, is my little tree still working? My little Homer. I think this might have been a model I made. If you made this, you have the license that shows, right? I can't remember. I don't know if I made this or not. It might have been a tutorial I followed. Okay, so model new vector has one whole model inside. Inside there, we have submesh. And inside the submesh, we have material. Okay, now the material is dead. Okay, this is what's dead. So I'll just put the mesh data in. Let's see if anything that's in there is not dead. So what's not dead? Okay, the vertices aren't dead. So I think I need this. And then okay, this might do it. So we go into submeshes and we go to the last submesh. And in the last one we have material, and then we have ambient, and then we put in equals this. Why wouldn't it do that? Piece of crap. Thinks I'm from London, mate. No, but I am from England. Okay. What? Oh, wait. R equals mat. Oh. Oh no. Yeah. Come on, don't give me this nonsense. Oh wait, no. Get rid of the R. Okay. So what we're doing is we're going to the end of our vector. We're going to our final mesh. Submeshes. That back. This is doing all of them right. Number of materials. Oh, I think I see why this can't work like this. I think the way I build and store materials by pushing submeshes that back new data. New data. Mesh data. Let's get ChatGPT. Mesh data and materials doesn't seem sufficient. I hope it knows what I don't even know what I'm asking now. That's too much of a long screen. Sounds like you're encountering a challenge of properly storing and assigning materials to your mesh data and your model loader. Given your existing setup, let's walk through a few improvements. In your initialization materials function, you're currently iterating over the materials and trying to assign them to corresponding meshes based on the material. However, you're not maintaining the persistence reference to these materials beyond the function scope. Correct. That's the problem. The mesh node class appears to have a material member, but if you create material instance locally and don't retain them, they will be lost. Store materials in a container. Let's see. So what I need is this and mesh node. materials. So mesh new now has the vector. Fill out the init and I feel like I've been seeing this the submesh is completely wrong. I've been seeing the submesh as the whole model. It's quite a strange thing to render. I'm used to rendering just the model, but now you're rendering different parts of the modeling code. Okay, I don't know if this is going to work. Init materials mapped. Where's the store in it? Let's have a look. This isn't the problem. The problem is the storage. That it just wasn't there to begin with. Texture unit. What's it giving me now? Okay, so this, I don't think it changed anything in the initialization materials, even what it proposed to change. And if not, nothing's been fixed. Materials. Oh, materials are pushed back. Yeah, it did. I don't know if it's fixed though. Material. This is. Is this within a loop? No. this is another part of the code which is for directly changing materials within the engine. I mean, now we have literally nothing. Let's get some textures on. No. Material, other materials to the mesh. Mesh move. This function seems like there. Antipilo. An engine. So early days, 6 months into an engine, and right now I just have some memory issues with retaining materials when I load up a model. Let's have a look. What about you? What's your interest in coding, etc.? Let's go through display capture. Shut that down. Nice. Oh wow! So you should have made your game then. You're probably still stuck on async like me. You could probably help here actually. So hit subscribe, and when I'm streaming tomorrow, if I'm still stuck on this, I might ask for some help. I mean, you can help now, but it might take you a while to catch up on the code. I don't even know what day it is now. But essentially, you can add me on Discord. Yeah. That's sweet. Okay, it seems you're loading textures from materials and storing them in both a global textures vector and the local textures vector of each. This can create confusion, yes. So what we're doing here. Each material is stored in the material struct and pushed into materials vector of the corresponding mesh name. What do I currently have? Is that going to work? Yeah, that's a lot of assumptions. So model new, so mesh new, back dot, so mesh is back, push back, mesh new. No, and that's what I need. That's what I need. You've come at the right time, actually. So I had just a little model importer, which looked like this, and textures weren't working with this. This one here. And so I rewrote this. This was a while ago. So I rewrote this, and then where are we? Yeah, so now it's just not loading models. They're loading into memory somewhat. I mean, this was working fine earlier, but also what was happening was with my other importer, which is the new one that's just not worked. When I would load, I'd load a model, it would be fine. And then when I would load the same model or any other model, so model number 2 in the vector, the materials were dead. So how I'm importing materials and retaining everything in memory died. So when I thought I would use safe shared pointers, I've never used shared pointers. Obviously, I should have after a couple of years on C++. And so whilst I'm live on stream, I'm just looking how to use them. And I spent 30 minutes doing that, at which point I saw that as soon as it goes out of scope, it deletes it. So I still had problems because I didn't really plan. So I just came back to this. But now it's just not showing anything. So ChatGPT just took me on a ride, really. But it's kind of like, it's not a big deal. But I think big architectural changes on live stream are entertaining and bad ideas. Okay. This might be what I'm after. So you probably think go back to the shared pointer option, and then just to keep the life of the shared pointer, right? So if something owns a shared pointer, then it will never be released. Yeah. Interesting. Shared pointers is the way. Probably somewhere an hour and a half ago that that's what we was doing. And I think I pushed it, but I also pushed the pointer into a vector, but it still went out of scope. So obviously that was, maybe the vector went out of scope, I don't remember. Let's just see if my terrain is still fine. So have you started making a game, or you're not really, are you more about making an engine? It's good fun, right? Nice. Yes. That's really impressive. And the thing is, though, you probably agree, like, you don't necessarily need shared pointers just to retain the information of data. So I think my initialization material function is just shite. Let's have a look. Extract material properties. Yeah, I highly recommend it. Okay, this needs some planning going forward. Sure. How did you find the channel, by the way? Sweet, yeah, I've been getting that. Yeah, you're typing it in a lot. You've been watching the Cherno too much, mate. You've been sucking his life force for 4.5 years. Are you the Cherno? So, really? That's pretty cool. I mean, it must be cool that he's taught so many people, like, to people to be pumping out game engines. That's really good, and that's possible. Like, most people wouldn't think that's possible. because what nobody can teach is like discipline and ambition, adulthood. So I think if you're younger listening to this is what an older person will be able to teach you, or you will learn from. Just life experience. Probably, I guess he's running a channel as well, which probably gives him the money, right? The ads. Let's see how big the memory is in Visual Studio. Give me something that works. So when you're streaming, you can't have constant bugs people want to see. Yeah, that's good, man. No, I didn't, but I saw or maybe I did. And I saw Joe Biden and the Biden administration warn about people using C++ because of memory leaks. What was that crash a few months ago? That was down to maybe a null pointer. I mean, probably the space shuttle runs on C++. Oh, God. Just restarting Visual Studio. While this is loading, whoever's thinking of getting into coding, just do it. So I did it. I was unwell, and I just told myself I'm gonna learn for 1 month, and then I'm gonna use 1 month to decide if I'm going to learn long term. And after 1 month, I was like, I can do this. And then I bought a book. Buy a book, right? Having a book on your desk, reading it every now and then, it just pushes you. Or download a PDF and pay for it. Oh shit! Why didn't I save this? Pardon my French. So what is it? Point. I'm just trying to revert back to the previous model. Model that was originally pointers. Right. I remember. So mesh, given mesh, I'm gonna say it's just gonna have one material. Maybe a model can have materials. By the way, I'm not in this much of a mess. This is just me trying to recover. I don't know where I've gone back to. Maybe a model node. come out of a vector of materials. Just chilling there in case. See, rust, you mean? No single virgin jokes in here. We're pushing back. No. And then tomorrow I'll maybe look at this one for shared pointers. The resource manager. That's how we fix bugs around here. We'll just delete the line. Actually, that was just that was a vector I don't use. Model loaded. Maybe I can just save that before I log off later on. Crash. That's interesting. That's the copy constructor. So is that the vector? Well, it's interesting it crashed there because I think that's my materials is where things are dying. Should I have materials? Right. So we have data. What's the issue? Node material equals. What was my? Where's everybody from, by the way? Give me the longitude and latitude. But in Europe, the States. Model loader. We should see material. And then here. how professional we are around here. My cat's been getting some airtime. Yo. By the way, did you ever see the video of how you eat bananas in the hood? When there's men around. That went over some heads, right? Like eat bananas on stream. That pastry is disappointing. I've got to be honest. Okay, so where's it crashing? It was here. It was there, right? Mash new. Let's crash. Right. Oh, right, actually. a little conflict. Yeah, actually, remind me of the difference. Was M place back for the constructor, or I think I needed to use that a while ago when I first broke this. So how might that look here? Good point. Right. And what's the difference? I'll be honest, nobody's going to believe it, but I've forgotten. I did know. I've had so many errors, it's just layer upon layer, but because the stream has been like quite fun with the chat, I think I've just clicked the wrong button. Because the chat's been fun, I've just stayed online, just to connect with some people of the same interest. Okay, now I don't know if we've hacked that or not, but it's better than it was a minute ago, right? The lights work. Okay. Allocates memory. Yes, that's what I needed. On my let's I think it was here. So I think this was the source of the error. But it's not a point, is it? A pointer? I wonder if that would fix it. What's interesting is, I don't know if it will fix anything now because it's broke. It's like, broke 10x. But I just knew there needed to be some, I needed to create. Green. Did I program green if it couldn't find textures? What's interesting is all my bugs have come from not having data or memory, which means M-place back might be the foundation of what fixes it. Subscribe, brother. You need to subscribe for 6 months now. That's the reward. You've relieved pain from the chat. Yeah, look, I think I might have coded green for not finding textures. I can't remember. There are a few iterations in on 5 hours. We was all together 2 hours ago. Okay. Wouldn't earlier on have emplace back. The reason I'm going to ChatGPT on this now is because it can remember the state of the code back then, but I can't. Too many. Too many iterations back. I just want to see if I have 2 houses there. Yeah. So I think I don't know if you've helped me or if it's distracted. I think you've helped. I really do. The things were looking prettier yesterday. I think the cars are still running up. That's interesting. Just the latest car has been impacted by the shaders. It is ready for. It's ready for. I think maybe in a month, people joining the chat, there's going to be like a lot to see. Just going to need a mushroom, so I just loaded up a mushroom. I don't know where it went. There's a lot of wiring. Okay, earlier on wouldn't have emplaced back to purpose when we were doing the following at the end of init single mesh instead of pushback. Got me through it. So this is just to say to chat, can you remember? Because I'm too tired to remember, but I'm happy to stream. Okay. And this is learning for everybody. And place back was pushback. C++ can be significant in terms of performance and efficiency, especially when dealing with objects that can be expensive to copy. Let's explore. And place back will be beneficial in your context, especially when working with complex objects like mesh new. And place back constructs the object in place within the vector. This means that it directly initializes the object in the memory. This is what I needed. So I was kind of passing the object from function to function and building it. And I don't know why that didn't work, because I'm just so many layers in now. That's why I need this hood banana. You know how we eat bananas on stream? But I don't know why I lost camera. Was it the heat? I don't knock a cable out. We have backup cameras. Yeah, it was heat. Which means we'll do this. What happened to that chance? It's like porn quality camera. place back my constructor and object directly. That's interesting. So how does it take the constructor? I guess just based on mesh data, right? Material. Presumably you need all of them. I just want to feel out function of it. That wasn't the way. Good texture in there. We're just tuning in. These are all meant to look the same and blue. We don't is the shader that's working. Okay guys, I'm going to say goodnight. This was the busiest stream, I think, which is why I stayed. So 2 hours ago, I was ready to sleep. 2 hours ago, I was ready to sleep, right? But I saw quite a few of you still here. I thought, well, it could be fun to make some connections, get a few subscribes, and then it came in with some good information there for the community project. So I'm glad. It was meant to be. Biscuits. Sorry, cat. That scared the cat there. What's up? There's a mistake. So I'm just gonna log off. Streamed on X and Twitch as well. So, yeah. Twitch. Probably missed a bit of chat. way, if anyone's got any questions on game engine development or coding, any resources, something to push you and get you motivated. So I learned from a course on Udemy, udemy.com. Let me link it. See where my model is at. Fix this code. Try and also keyway rewrite these safe approach. Keep the data names if they're part of the head number variables. So over calling function render function. The main issue is that materials are getting less than rendered. Let's see. I'll just hit my milestone of what are we on? Let's have a look. We've done 4 hours. I'm ready to go. I just want to see what it will pump out. Do it out. Soon. All other functions. Reference list. See. We'll run some debugging tools for me. Chat GPT, let's see. Materials. See the mesh. All meshes. Something. So. Some safety. There's errors over for sure. Yeah, I've never used some of these pointers before. So, yeah. This means all parts of the code are going to break elsewhere. The loop. So the const. Yes, and model location. The value points to the new name. should be. So just got audio right. Not get. Okay. That's a little wrapper. Bit of a little wrapper. Show the nut wrap. Yeah, no point. It's time to go. God bless. Peace out. I'll probably stream within the next 24 hours, so same time tomorrow. Most probably. Thanks for subs.